Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to another episode of the stream. Today it is Tuesday, and we're going to be working on some Insignia dev. I've been doing a lot of work today on the archaeology project, and did a bit of a weekly catch-up meeting with the agency, and everything's going pretty well. Some little things that I'm figuring out as I work on that. But today, on stream at least, we're going to be working on Insignia. I have a presentation opportunity on Wednesday night that I really need to be ready for. And I actually do want to test some of what's in the game, some of what I've been working on at that event. So it's really more of a showcase event than a playtesting event. But I think it would be a really good opportunity to play test the stuff that I'm working on and see how that affects players. I've personally definitely been probably putting too much stock in this opportunity. I've been really getting very anxious recently, trying to juggle everything in my head. So maybe it's probably worth taking a bit of the pressure off this. But I still want to push myself. I guess I just need to find the emotional separation point so that I don't feel bad, even if I don't get what I want out of this session today. Nonetheless, I'm going to try my best to stay focused. So welcome, everybody. Welcome, Zoronak, Spectra, and Holdinian. And no one yet on YouTube. You can say hi when you get here. All right. So right now, where I'm at with Insignia is, let's look at the last things that we did on Fork. The last thing that I did was I updated script order to have quest banners show before the Respond New Quest Flag event. So basically, I've been going through and making sure that this new system that I built, this schedule system, is now driving the game. And it is currently driving the game. It's doing a really good job. I've basically got it in charge of, let's see if I can remember off the top of my head what I've got it in charge of. So, music, hello? Okay. So, current schedule system responsibilities. Have we got any music playing? So strange. That was just playing, wasn't it? I don't know what happened to the music. All right. So the responsibilities of the scheduling system now are pretty numerous. It's pretty good in that it's already being used in this way. This track has dog barks in it and cat meows. So enjoy figuring out which dog barks are the barks from the track. All right. So, it's currently responsible for all sequence players, so cutscenes. It's responsible for quest banners, intro and outro. It's responsible for new item find. It's responsible for forging. No, it's responsible for I'm not sure what else. Those three at least. There was more to that. but it's doing a lot. I'm really, really happy with it. It handles it very gracefully now. The different layers of things. So it is this NQ. Oh, the boss fight start and end sequence. Yeah, it's good. We're gonna add more things to that as time goes on, but in terms of like most of the game's content falls under these things. So it's good. We can also insert, these are also nestable, so you can also put cutscene timeline tracks into the scheduling system, and that all works too. So we don't need to build anything here today. I'm just sort of bragging and checking in with myself on like what I've actually built. And I'm happy with it. I feel pretty good about it, to be honest. It's kind of like emotionally in my head, there was this big blockade to solving a bunch of these problems that I had in the game around scheduling content. And now that it's gone, I sort of have to get into a rhythm of building content out of it. So today, what we're going to be doing is working in some of these sequences around like cutscenes and stuff that are going to use this system. Okay, so let's go have a look. This cutscene should be broken up into a few different things. Let's just take some time to get more acquainted with it. There's a specific moment that I want to sort of create here in the game for today, which would be great if I could get it done. So it's all this stuff here, really. This is specifically for unlocking new abilities and then weaving through things like the map system tutorial into the ability unlocks. Also teleporting the player to and from challenge levels. That's kind of like a new thing in the game, and I'm working out how to use my schedule system to do that, how best to do that. And the goal here is to create a workflow that allows me to very easily create these kinds of things that are modular. So if I want to change how something works later, I can do that without getting freaked out and spending months procrastinating about it. Okay? All right, so the Crucible mechanics, right? There's a bunch of stuff happening here. So some of this stuff is lore, some of it's story, some of it's gameplay. It's a bit, you know, there's a lot going on, which is why it needs to be so flexible, this system. We have this white ensign, splits into many parts. They fly out to different places around the world. One of them goes into the anvil. Armin strikes it to go to the Crucible. So we're setting up the idea that the ensigns are found. You have to look for anvils in the world to unlock ensigns. That's good. Armin strikes it to go into the Crucible. And then I've decided that I think I want... I've been really, really in two minds about problems and solutions in game design, and how like unlocks should relate to puzzles. I think that Breath of the Wild does it so well that it's changed my opinion about this stuff. So in Breath of the Wild, you're running around an area, and the area happens to have a bunch of puzzle pieces that you can't interact with yet. Then you go down into a shrine. The shrine immediately gives you the puzzle piece. It gives you the ability. Then there's a trial. Then you come out, and then you can use it in the world. That's fundamentally different to a lot of the other Zelda games, where you would you would be interacting with puzzles that you can't complete specifically, that you were like, oh, I have to settle for some secondary objective to get through this room when I'd really like to be able to interact with this thing, but I don't know how to interact with that thing yet. Then you would find or be given an item, which would then recontextualize the stuff in the past. In Breath of the Wild, you don't even know at all that what you're looking at is puzzle pieces until after you've got the thing. You sort of just go down a shrine. I mean, you could like run into the bomb shrine without realizing that all the stuff around you could be exploded. And just get a power. And there's something about player incentive there that's a little bit questionable of like should you not have some sort of anticipation so that when you get given an ability, you know how to use it? In Breath of the Wild, the test the trial is the test. It's the use case. It tells you, oh, you got a bomb? Here is a wall that you can't break. Break the wall with the bomb. You know, it sort of proves itself after it sells you the item. Whereas a lot of the other Zelda games will sell you on something that you don't have yet and then give it to you. And so you've already got the use cases in mind because, you know, you've passed them by on the way. That does require a lot more signposting. And I think it's quite effective in like a traditional dungeon. But the way that Insignia is shaping up, it is much closer to Zelda's shrines. And so we've sort of drifted here. Just really clearly, we've gone in the last month from doing it in a dungeon style to a scattered around the world style. That's the difference between Breath of the Wild and Twilight Princess. And I've made that design choice. There's no right or wrong here, but I've made that design choice because I think that my dungeon experience here is not strong enough to warrant its own identity. It doesn't, giving you 3 abilities in one dungeon when you aren't really expecting a dungeon here, it's not really practical. And I would much prefer you to be backtracking through the world and experiencing the things you can do in the world, and then get a shrine that lets you recontextualize those things such that the world is its own dungeon. I much prefer that. And that's much closer to a Metroidvania way of doing things. It just, for now, feels like a better fit if I'm trying to reward players by backtracking, exploring, that kind of thing. Whereas the linear dungeon, I feel like this, even in Zelda, only really works when you have a very clear plot motivation to be in the dungeon. And I will have legacy dungeons. I will have these classic style dungeons, but I think this isn't one of them. Like, this is one of them, where you've got like a whole underground subworld full of contraptions and things that you have to interact with. That's kind of more what it's like. Chapter 1 doesn't really have one in that sense. Maybe this room at the end of the Athenium, but so that's where we're at. A lot more backtracking, pushing the player out, splitting up the dungeon components into these places that you teleport to at different anvils around the world. So that's my current trajectory. The anvils become teleport points. You can then, after unlocking the ability, teleport to a different part of the map, and then, you're free to go and do what you want to do. And incorporating the map more into the gameplay in general. Hey, Kekoa Kayang, welcome. So, this is what I want to be able to do. All of this. If I can do this today, that'd be amazing. There's some assets here that I don't have that I might need in order to make this work. So let's break it up. Let's think about what we need. This is I sort of have this, but I need to change it. So let's paint it orange. This is all new. So we'll paint that red. This is done. except for this last bit. This is red. Or at least this is green. That's red. Can I change the font? Yeah. Yes, I can do that. This is all new. Well, that's new at least. This is old. I mean, this exists. This is new. This is also sort of new. I can do the map opening. That's pretty straightforward. I don't have this. I can do this. That's no big deal. It's sort of more orange. I need to change something to make that work. All right. So the red and orange I need to do today. Now I'm already in a branch, so I should have no qualms about screwing around with some of these cutscenes. Meaning, let's go have a look, I guess. I'm pretty sure this is the moment here. If I rename this from recorded 5 into something else. Is there a way I can rename it? Yes. This is Ensign's Split. What is this? This is White Descends. Flash White Arises. I have something so special that I can't show you today. I went to my niece's house yesterday for her birthday. And her sister, my other niece, showed me that she has drawn, she's like 7, 8. She's drawn screenshots of Insignia as fan art. She drew like Armin running out of his house. And she like really got the details right. And she drew 2 versions. She drew 2 different fan arts. One with like the house from like 2017, like the really boxy sprite, and one of like the modern one that I did more recently where the house has got more like of the archways and stuff. I was like, oh. I was so touched. I forgot them at my sister's house because we set up the Switch 2 there and we were playing it, and I sort of left without grabbing them off the table, but I'll get them and I'll show you. Oh, it was so cute. I was so happy. I was so touched. She's so cute. I'm going to hang that up somewhere. I need like a, you know, the Homer Simpson, the like cork board, and it's got like Lisa, and it's like do it for her. I need to have something in front of me that says like do it for her, and it's got her fan art in front of her fan art on the board. Okay. So I think it's too big right now, and I'd like to split it up into a few moments. So The hard part is that there are things that Armin needs to do here. That some of the things in this cutscene are not things that I can. I can't really split into their own thing. Like they are what they are. So like here, all of the stuff that's happening during Ensign split, like this is all self-contained. But like if Armin is looking up or whatever, that's timed. So I can't just like say, oh yeah, I'll just split this off into its own little module, because then I won't know when Armin should be doing these expressions, right? He has to be able to look up, crouch, run to the side, whatever. So it's not okay for me to modularize these things. I really do have to just accept that it's as complicated as this and just grasp this and make it better for now. It might be the fastest thing for me to do. It makes me upset to think about it that way, but I think that's what I have to do. So we should re-rationalize the text, because this is supposed to be, it's kind of now covering different parts of the game. This is what I want the game to be. So let's have a look. Armin walks in. Let's just maybe play it out in the game. Oh, okay. That's certainly not like that. Okay. Armin says, hello. Got your sword here. I wasn't trying to steal it. I just want to ask, did you know the man who made it? Who am I kidding? He's gone. It'd be great if I could just zoom out to this here and not have it zoom in and out, but that's okay. Armin walks over. I think the white ensign should just be here. Right now I've got it so that Armin hits it. But instead we need to change that. So let's go ahead and do it. And the way that we're splitting it up is that this, all of the cool ensign stuff is happening before Armin slams the anvil. The last thing he's going to do is slam it. And then this stuff, well, this has changed now. So let's just break down logically what happens when we get to the crucible. The dialogue right now doesn't make a whole lot of sense in terms of like mechanically. Like what I'm planning on having the mechanics do is not what the text is saying. And there's going to be stuff that I do want to keep. So this is fine. Keep that. But this will need to change or be removed. There are some really key decisions here that I have to be careful about. Like, does the sword require an enemy sacrifice in order to unlock an ability? Right now, the answer is, well, no. So, what about in other areas? I think I decided something like that other ensigns beyond the first three will need the sacrifice in order to light up the anvils that they relate to, but these first three will be there in chapter 1 without you having to do that. I'll unravel that feature as we go. So then this bring the power to us, I think I'm going to change that. Because the way that I want this to play out, rather than you having to go back and forth to the crucible, instead it's just reach the crucible every level. So there's not really as much going back and forth. It's just like, you just got an ability. Now use the ability to get to the crucible and seal it in the sword to unlock it properly. So that should be what is said. Something like, something like that. We can work out the copy later. But we just need to direct the player. I think just that as an instruction is good enough. And then we need something like, it needs to be something like, I need to be really specific. Does the sword have a name? It has a it has a class. It is a Grail blade. Something like... I don't want to be too poetic. It's too complicated. I'll just say like the plain English for now, and then I'll jazz it up later. Maybe it needs to be... Maybe that needs to be... Okay, close enough. So this is... Okay, so now we have the dialogue for everything. It's 3 cutscenes. So Discover Crucible now needs to be changed to have fewer text lines. Now, it could be, I could make the text happen. I could have this. Oh man, it's so hard. Because I've always wanted to do this like teleport moment. I want it to happen. I want the screen to like flash white and then for you to just be in the next level. I could technically do that by like literally just having the level be inside of this. The problem is that it's too hard to, I wouldn't be able to swap things around if I did that. The point of modularity is to do that, right? So for now, we just need to, maybe we just settle for a teleport, Armin disappears, and then we just fade to black. And then when we load into this level, we go. So we leave after him and we arrive before him. And Armin can just teleport normally in between the two. The game transitions between the two scenes normally. That's good. I'll settle for that. So let's get rid of all of this. All right. So saving this now will break a bunch of references here, but that's okay. So all of this goes now. That should all just say clip not found. Delete that. Let's come back to here. This now goes a bit later. Although we've just got to sort of flip a lot of this stuff. So let's see if I can block it out a bit more clearly. What's happening right here at the start? This is nothing. Okay, fair enough. Well, if it's nothing and nothing, then I guess we need to go... This anvil, where does that live? Just on an anvil interest. Okay. Okay. So then we should be able to go discover crucible sequence, go here, and then go anvil interest. Okay. So Armin will walk from wherever he is to the anvil, like that. And then there's some stuff happening here. The white descending is all fine. It's up to... Where do I split this? The white's going to be hovering there at the start of the level. That's the first thing. So I need to make it so that it's already doing that. This thing here, floating white ensign, needs to be active, which means this can be on. And I need to move this. I don't really know. I think if I move all of the components up to 0, like the whole thing, I guess I would want to anchor it around like this point. Where that's the 0 point. And then this is the burst effect So if we look at the timeline, this is the stuff I want to avoid doing, as little of this as possible. So like Armin looking up right now, where is the... Yeah, see this here, all the way up there? That's the N sign floating up. That needs to be all the way down at the bottom now. And for me to fix that, I need to sort of like go over here, bring this here, check these values here and drag them all the way down. Probably best to go inside of this, go here, grab this, check the y-axis, press F, grab all this and drag it down, 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 down until we're here. But this isn't even what happens, so I probably shouldn't even be touching it. But the point is, these values are what now? If I click on it and I check, the first starting point for the y-axis is -4, -0.4, which is, that's okay. And then this stops at 0.29, so 0.3. If we call that 0.3, that's 30 pixels up from the base. Or, well, hang on a second. This starting position should be 0.0, just 0, right? So now it's boof. Yeah. But this isn't even what happens. So now we need to check here. When white descends, that descent doesn't happen anymore. We don't need to do that. Because it's just going to be there. It's just going to be where it needs to be, which is like right here. I guess I can just delete it. But something does descend. Just not this thing. Okay, well, delete that. All right, so all of this happens kind of, I mean, all of that happens on this side now, but I probably should make sure that I don't screw anything up here as well. Retract, I don't think that matters anymore. You can just delete that. The camera stuff, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Cutscene burst effect becomes active on this frame, but in this cutscene it's going to be always active, so we can delete that altogether or just drag it all the way to the end. Climb forge, set preparing, that can just go now. We don't need that anymore. We've got some sound effects. Okay. Transition track, annotation clip track. So basically the way that we're going to do this is everything that's here, including this, is going to now go on the other side. It would be good if Armin said something first though, before any of this happens. Like, what is that? Even that is good enough. Maybe it should be, what is that? At the very beginning. There was also that little move, the maneuver, the navigation clip. Where'd that go? Okay, well, we lost that. Walking to the anvil? What happened to that? Oh, I guess he's not going to do that yet. He'll do that after he does all of this. So let's copy this track. Make a new annotation track. And we're kind of stealing my little idea here for how to do the nested scheduling, because what I want to do is add a new annotation track, and I want to flag out the parts that are one thing versus another thing. So this, I want to say this is all ensign bursts. And then another one here of like Amen strikes anvil. And I want that to be the whole separate chunk. So now we have like 3 very specific splits that the whole thing is made up of. So I should be able to just grab everything that relates to one of them and move it around. That's the hope anyway. This should just not be here, but in fact, let's delete it. So this will actually be more like this. And what's happening here? This is Armin idling. Okay, so let's call it like this. All right, so the end sign appears. This is Armin walking into the space. The cutscene is triggered somewhere in this box, so Armin will just stand where he's standing. And then the end sign is standing there. It needs to sort of shake and disappear. So Armin's going to say something at the front. He's going to say, "What is that?" And that's going to be pretty early on, not even just, yeah, like straight away. And then everything here is going to shrink all the way back to here. I don't know what this camera... Oh, this is a camera shake. Okay. That's going to happen when he strikes it, I think. Let's call it there. All right, zooming out. So we walk in. That's so annoying. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where is this? Damn it. Okay. So what the hell did I just do? If I grab this and start bringing it down, that doesn't change anything about where this is in space, which is, I guess, a good thing. I don't know why. Oh, because the cutscene components don't live. Why? Why don't they? All right, whatever. I'm sort of grateful that they don't, to be honest. All right, so there's the sequence. I think Armin run point. This all needs to be lower. Yeah. Good. Okay. So he's going to come here. It's going to start splitting apart. It's going to blow up. It's going to do all that stuff. Comes back. There's a lot of time here where nothing's happening. So we've got to figure that out. There's all dialogue supposed to be here. Which probably isn't in the game anymore. So now we can take all of this, stop it here. We can take all of this, bring it back to here, and we can start dragging it back. Question is, what is this? This is Armin idling. I think we can go straight from there. No look at sword anymore. Delete that. No idle anymore. Delete that. I think we can take everything else and overlap it. I just don't know what's happening with these cameras. I don't think that's important anymore. I don't think that's important anymore. I think we could just take everything here. What is this? Burst effect trigger. Who knows what that does? Climb, forge, crucible. That's not going to be here, so delete that. Which means everything else minus this can now drag all the way up to this. If things are getting smaller, I'm doing something right. Okay. Let's just play it and see what happens. Okay, so first things first. We need to put a notepad for first. Remove dialogue box after Armin's first speech. maybe create more space for halo of ensigns. To take up. We don't need to fade out. Okay. Good. Let's fix that now. So this dialog box here, it's just this. Hide dialog should be all the way over here. And then more space in the level for the halo of ensigns. That's this part here. In level here, open model, let's fix it up. So I really just want more like this. I don't know if we can support that, but that's closer to what I want. Try again. You should look up earlier. Perfect. Okay. All right, so let's keep going. Look up needs to happen at, what is that? Blasts. There's a moment here where we step forward twice. I think here we could sort of just delete that and make that go there. And then I don't think we need the sword. Or this. In which case all of this can come back. This can come back. And then all of this, I guess, ends here. This starts here. And then all of this can come back to there. Now, there's a fade to black that happens here. This can go all the way over there because we don't need that anymore. And the dialogue, when Armin speaks all this stuff, is happening here. So it's kind of like right here. This is the strike. Right there. So this goes there, this slides back, this goes to here. I don't know what this camera shot clip does. It zooms in. Okay. All right, let's try it. So we don't have a lot of this blocked out just yet. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to move all of this forward to there. Take all of this, drag it all back. Okay. So there's a lot of time here where nothing's happening. This here, this here. When we slam down on the anvil, what happens? That's the question. So he slams down the anvil, and then Armin just gets lifted at this point. Not the ensign. So this needs to be replaced with Armin is lifted into the air and teleports out of the level. That's the end there. So that goes. This fades out. This just gets deleted. And then this, the flash of white's still good. All that's still good. It's just the thing is not going to burst up like that. The position of this isn't going to do that. So I don't really know. Do I just like delete this? See ya. It still flashes here. Why is that? Oh, okay. So that's actually nothing. Delete that. Shrink it. All right. Let's start from scratch again. Yeah. And then the scene ends. But I think we're stuck. Like, the scene's done, but we're still here. So what are we missing? Is it that this doesn't wait for the cutscene to end? It does. It waits for the timeline to end. And the timeline certainly ends, you know, somewhere here. If I drag this back, I don't know what makes the cutscene end. Yeah, it goes back to the earliest, the latest thing that there is. That's the end of the timeline. So, if I go over to here and check this again, is there a level load scene? No. Let's check the global manager, the schedule. Just make sure it's still working. The giant diamond thing is going to be in the next scene where we teleport to. So I'm moving it out of this level. Okay, let's finish then. So why is the scene still active? Is it active? No, it's not. It's just the camera. Okay. All right, well, that's fine. I need it to fade to black anyway, so there's no problem there. Maybe it's just because this is a fade out on the transition rather than a fade between or something. What happens if I say fade between? Yeah, it fades out and fades back in. But I do want it to be a fade out, so I'll leave it as it is. That's pretty good. Okay. So I am going to do an animation of Armin being lifted into the air right now. I think. How do I want to do this? Let's have a little think very quickly. It's like a levitate into like a as he gets like warped away. I think shaders would be good here, but I might just do it in pixel art first and see what I like. Like beams of light going towards would be good. That's all pretty far down the track. Even like glitches, like I'm just gonna spend like 30 seconds envisioning it in my mind before I do anything. Oh, the hammer. Like gravity lifting him up and the hammer, like him like accidentally letting go of it and it's also flying around with him. That'd be cool. And the sword. Really cool stuff. I think it starts with just the body. Well, the anvil won't float because it's not teleporting with him. The sword and the hammer will, but not the anvil. The anvil is the teleport pad, basically. Hey, Shu WV, Shuv, welcome. Shu. Oh. Man, I will have so much fun on this animation, but it can't be today because I'll spend the whole day on it and it won't be exactly where I want it to be, and then I'll never get it done. So let's just have it be, let's just say that's it right there. Okay. Where is Insignia? There. That's right. Yeah, it's a teleport. He's being lifted up. Ascension is a good way to think about it. Where the heck is teleport in? There. Why not? I shouldn't have to do that. I should be able to just do this. Drag this in there. Doesn't like it. But I don't want to do that. Still doesn't like that. What the heck? Okay. How about you just go to bed and try again? $96, $96, 0.5, 0.5. You go there. You go there. And now we should have 2 teleport animations. Teleport in, teleport out. Great. So maybe coming back to the teleport motion here, maybe teleport should be its own thing. Maybe the cutscene can end and the teleport can initiate. And we can call that like a scene exit transition. I would prefer that. It's just a matter of asking, like, what I would need for the teleport would be this is kind of like 2 state machines for Armin. So there'd be some sort of like teleport manager or whatever, maybe just like a destination. So this would be a scene link. And then we would put Armin goes into teleport state and then scene transition. Armin comes out of teleport state. Hey Gruntled, how's it going? So why would I want to do this? Well, I don't have to do it this way. I could remove the idea of states and just disable Armin's game object. But if I do it with states, then the import coming back in makes it pretty easy for me to just assign it to Armin, and I never have to worry about what his sprite is doing during the in animation. As long as I don't want something to be happening while he's teleporting out or in. That's the only thing. I guess Let's have a think. I need 30 seconds. Certainly it should be its own module. That's fine. Should it be a schedulable? Yes. And it can be something that's scheduled by something else. There's no problem putting him in an animation state from a cutscene. Although I don't think his state machine runs if he doesn't have control. So it might be hard to sort of manage those two things happening at the same time. So what is it then? If it's a thing that takes away control from the player, it really doesn't matter. But it should be something that we don't have to what is important is that this thing has no bearing on any sort of timeline. So because we don't know what Armin, we don't want to bind Armin to the, well, we already do bind Armin to the timeline tracks. It would be nice to just reference him statically though and say Armin spawns in. We still need to point to him. Unless we have a static reference to something, we still want to be able to, I mean, it'd be nice to be able to preview this stuff, which means binding is still on the cards. Let's just do it. Yeah, I mean, in this case, I just author it so that there aren't any enemies. There just won't be able to be any enemies. But even so, when you're in a cutscene, the enemies can't see Armin, so they won't attack him. This is mostly about how easy it is to handle if I want to do it multiple times, which I do want to do it multiple times at different places. So it feels like something that I should be able to drop into a timeline. But it also feels like something that I wouldn't want to pause the timeline for. It feels like something that is its own sort of animation clip or something. If I'm going to do a bunch of shader stuff and design it as an asset, the only question here is whether or not I design. So in my scheduling system, any event that's schedulable does not have a duration. It's considered a 1 instant beat. But I could assign a duration and I could derive a duration if I wanted to. And I could have everything inside of a what's the word? It's too hard to do that. But if I wanted to override, I could say, this thing I expect to take this long. Scheduled events are really designed to have player interaction between them, which is why they're considered 1 instant of time, because it pauses until the interaction's over and the player could wait to press the button, so that's fine. But here, I'm sort of designing it like a thing that has linear time into it. Like it floats up into the air, hovers for a bit, disappears, whatever it is. All that stuff has a duration. So if I'm going to be doing all that, I might as well just give him his own little animation clip and put him in some sort of state that just runs the animation clip over him. Hey, close maid, welcome. So the only question there is like, where does that animation clip stuff live? Like, do I just have it be a child of Armin and it just affects his sprite? Do I make Armin's sprite go hidden and then have this thing just do its own thing? Probably that's the best way to do it. Would be to have on Armin, wherever he is in the scene. He's somewhere. There he is. On Armin, there's too much stuff that's gameplay related that affects his sprite, but we could have like an alternate sprite called like a cutscene sprite or something that just takes charge, disables his main sprite for a while, and then this secondary sprite, you know, it gets, well, I don't use the Unity timeline much for this stuff. So this would be the first time I'm using the animator to do this. But the animator is a really good candidate for this kind of thing. Like, not using the animator is going to hurt me here. Otherwise, it'll be timed based on, I would need like a retrobox sheet that's got a lot of frames on it, and then I have the beats on the frames. I don't even know what I need though, so it doesn't really matter right now. It's not worth armchair philosophizing about. I think I just say, okay, and then Armin teleported away. So then let's just do that. It'd be nice to make this go however I'd like. This is the thing. There's so many different little parameter things that I want to do that would be great to do in the Unity animator. I don't have a VFX pipeline right now for this kind of thing at all. I just don't have like a way of doing this where I want like a character to be on some Unity timed thing. And I think it's going to cost me because Insignia, it's sort of like getting to the point where action wise, I will want like bosses and, you know, moments like this. Right now, it's hard to justify. I literally can't do it. But I'd like to. Let's just do this for now. I'm just going to deal with it. Hey guys. Why did I not just do this? I'm good at this. Why did I not just do what I'm good at? There's too much. There's way too much timing for this. I already know that this isn't the right approach. I can feel it. But I'm just going to push through because why not? Like, this is super destructive as an edit. It's not very good. Hey, Mustachio, it's going okay. But probably good for prototyping. If you have something that you don't like, then you can use it to get something that you do like. 27 frames. Hey, Chisomi. Welcome. How's it going? All right. So at the very least, for now, we can kind of just think about this as a thing Armin can do. We just take him here and we go slam down on the thing. Delete this, copy, paste, teleport in. I should rename this teleport start. Okay, so on this sequence, this becomes teleport start, and we can watch that back, assuming we know where Armin is. It's not looping. And it's here that we fade out the scene. Okay, almost there. Oops. Hello? Oh no. What's going on here? Still getting errors? Nope. Okay. It's just because of what we were doing. Okay, that's cool. We need one more little utterance from him there. Not bad. And then what else? The next thing we would do is fade the scene out. And the old way would be to just manually place at the end of the sequence a transition to go to another scene. I would like to set up a system here where we use the door, because the anvil is technically a door. It has a scene link, and that scene link goes somewhere. So this is the scene link here. So because this goes somewhere, we should be able to use that to go. It's even something that I could see, like, inside of the timeline. You just activate the link. But I think it should be something that, like, the anvils can just do on their own, because I kind of expect Armin to be able to interact with these anvils from anywhere and to pick a menu option that says teleport. And then when you do it, you pick a destination, and then the thing where Armin gets levitated into the air and obliterates out of the level, that should happen anytime you press that. So I've kind of sold myself on this now. I guess now I've decided that this should be callable from any anvil using the fast travel system. Can be queued up as a scheduled event from inside a cutscene, or just using the frame, the flag system. I think there is an issue here where I do want things to be what's the word? I want for this teleport sequence to happen without the player ever having control over what they're physically able to do. And to stop that from taking more than one frame, in order to stop that from happening, in order to not let the player do stuff between the scene ending and the Armin teleport starting, there needs to be less than 1 frame's worth of time from when the flag gets called to when the thing responds to the flag. Now that actually should be fine because it's using an event system. So as long as the scheduler knows to stack it, to queue itself back up within 1 frame, I think it should be okay.
I'm going to drop that.
Okay, bye. I think it should be okay. I'm worrying too much about things. I just need to let it go. So yeah, I guess we just go for it. Using the flag system, that should be fine. Yeah. I guess in this cutscene, I would bake it. I would just hard put it in. Hey, Chartle. So it really is I guess we have a few different ways of doing this. We would need like the anvils as an object. Anvils have scene links, and there should be an object on the anvil called teleporter. which uses the scene link. What do I call this thing? Up on hill, of course. Hello. I actually think this could be really interesting. I could have the teleport context remain in the scene between scene loads by passing it through as a scheduled event. It actually works remarkably well. Wow. As long as the problem is that this needs to be something that's I need to pass in the specifics about what I need on the other side, and I won't always know what those are. Also, well, this class will persist in memory because it's being held inside of the schedule, but this won't. So I will need to be clever, but it's not out of the question. Let's just not expect to do it for now. So this is like what does base dot do? Nothing. So it's Okay. So the challenge here is that I guess this would we would sort of like either nest the almond thing on top of this. So like this says, hey Armin, start doing your whatever. And then when you're done, I'll do this. And when I'm done, the scene will transition. Or we could just like pass it in directly. So basically here, this thing needs to say, and we can pass the teleporter in there if we want. So we can say teleporter dot, start teleport. Okay. Now, I don't know which way this should be, if it's this way or that way. Let's do it this way first. So then all this knows how to do is just contain the link and call trigger. And then, oh, for now, this is going to be make Armin do his animation state for the teleport. I mean, we could sort of lock Armin and then force him into doing some stuff. We could like make his animation, his animator do whatever. We don't have to make it an animation. We don't have to make it like a behavior state if we don't want to. And we could have our own timeline of stuff. I don't really know what's in that timeline, that's all. So maybe for now we just say like on begin. And this is waiting for on exit, or on finish. So basically for now, all we really need to do is that. And then so now it'll just like play the animation, and when it's done, it'll go. And we don't need this anymore. So it's really just binding the whole thing to Armin doing this animation. That seems pretty reasonable. Done. So now, is this considered an anvil, an actual anvil, or just a thing that looks like one? Just one that looks like one. Do we have an anvil in the scene? No, but this does have a scene link. We can still add a teleporter to it. Still do that. And then in here, instead of having Armin do all of this, we can we actually could bypass the whole thing and just use this thing, but the problem is that it needs to end the scene. So instead, I think we'll just tell it to add itself to the global stack. There's something here that I'm kind of missing, aren't I? There's something not quite right. If I go to schedule track and I go from schedule state behavior, this is just, it'll just pause the whole game, right? But I could say, I could have an option on this thing to enqueue this at end rather than play now. Enqueue to end or something like that. And that way it won't use the clip as the thing that cues it. It'll wait till the end of the cutscene and then it'll do it. In which case, the anvil here doesn't need to exist. This entire thing doesn't really need to happen. Or at least it could be called a schedule behavior. So if we go back to reveal POI, what does enter do? Enter state.set from queue, state on exit, add listener on finished. Yeah, it's a lot of code for nothing. So this setup function, we would need to have a thing that sets it up, but this needs a map node to do that. Whereas we could just have a setup that happens on start for the teleporter. Nonetheless, schedule clip behavior. When this sets up the schedule, that's happening when? If we haven't been set up yet. So here it says wrapper.enter. That's really all it is. It's just the word enter and on exit. So here, enter would be the thing on here. Enter does what? Where are we? It triggers the states. Oh, I see. Really? I see. Okay. So then the other way to do this would be to just enqueue it. And then global schedule, when it pops off the stack, it's just going to do. Okay. So then what this needs to do then is this just is a container for this. This plays the animation. This responds to the complete event. This this can take control of Armin. Do I want to do it that way? I mean, I guess. I'm a little bit analysis paralysis here. Analysis paralyzed. State equals duh. Just like that. That's set up. So if I wanted to just schedule this on its own, reveal POI, go, get scheduled, I guess I would have essentially this, all of this would be not here. I would need like a state machine for this, where one state was to play and one state was to schedule. Thing is, once it's scheduled, it doesn't need to be here. None of this needs to happen. So I could just say like get state. Yeah. So is get state all I need? Maybe I just go back to schedule state behavior and then have public abstract schedule dot state get state. And then this can override. And then this. So then the global schedule can have this placed on it if we want. But then it needs the tools to run itself. So then we need to pass in like Armin's animation and all that stuff to the teleport state. I don't know if that's good. I think that takes away... well, no. Yeah, this is the problem, isn't it? I need a break, for sure. Absolutely need a break right now. Teleporter, link, on finish. Teleporter says, hey, system, I'm about to do its thing. About to do my thing. The system goes, sure, now it's time. It starts this. This goes, hey, I know where I'm going next. And I'm gonna do some stuff until I'm ready. But the stuff that we want to do could be all kinds of things. So right now, this is the thing that tells this that we're ready to go. I think that's okay. I think it's fine. It's just a little bit awkward to be passing things back and forth like this, because why isn't this the thing that's holding up the schedule? Why isn't this the thing that gets scheduled? For abstraction purposes, it just means we always have to go through a medium. It just adds another object reference between the state machine and the things doing the actual work is the states. Hey Warner. Hey Sarah buddy. Hey Sparta. Yeah, so it's just that's a bit awkward, I'm seeing it right now. So that's, as long as I'm okay with that, no big deal. It's just like, does this even need to be done here? Like, what's even the point of these things having features? I guess because I could give them features if I want. That's pretty much it. But it's weird coupling. All right, well, sure. This has a begin. The begin is called by this. It's listening for the end. When we're called to enter, that's here. This is going to drive the state by hand. Which means a scheduled state behavior needs some way of tracking the fact that it's doing that. Okay, this is so awkward. Holy shit. It's like 100 lines of event callbacks. All right, well, I've got some kinks to work out, I suppose. I think this trigger doesn't need to be here. Okay. So the idea is that you would have something over here inside of this cutscene. Rather than doing the teleport, it would have a schedule state, a schedule track. We would add from schedule clip, and we would pick out the anvil interest, and then there'd be a boolean here or something on the clip behavior for specifically. So go back to behavior, and we'd say public bool play from global schedule, NQ to global schedule. So then on process frame, set up timeline. Yes. Yes. That is the alternative way we would do it. So now we don't actually need this animation. We're now treating the animation, the teleport, as a thing that happens after the cutscene, which is getting queued up by this little beat here to play after the cutscene. So this is going to move out instead of fade now. And it's just, we're just going to see what happens. Weird AF, man. This is some weird stuff. And it should actually teleport us. It should actually work if we do it right. Nope. So maybe we should have, instead of get type, maybe the states should have names. So that we can be more specific about them. So maybe like all states should have a get name. Whew, we're flying. Nice. Okay, so now we can actually diagnose this a bit better. Okay. That's what's playing, nothing in the queue. Nothing in the queue. Going back to the timeline. Ah, it will have stopped. It will have stopped anyway, right at the end, because of how it thinks it needs to work. Schedule clip behavior. Stop, pause. Yeah. Okay, but oh, we didn't press the button. Oh my gosh. There we go. That's all we needed to do. I didn't make it do the thing that I just developed the code for it to do. All right. 3, 2, 1. Please. No. Okay. Other meta.name. But other meta... Oh, I see. Okay, well... All right, fine. Link. Dot game object dot name. Oh yeah, it's there. Scene instance collection dot get scene metas. Ah, that is probably because this is not in the build index. We're so close. Although I didn't see Armin do the thing, which is a bit upsetting. He didn't do the animation. Yeah, this didn't exist, which we needed to do that. But then also, he really needs to be doing this state. So maybe we have it be an animation behavior state for now on the teleporter, which kind of sucks, but is the closest thing we can do. Really? I don't have like a finished event for animations for any states, which is weird. I mean, we can still just do it the way that we had set it up in the first place. We could still say engine arm and animator finished, add listener on animation finished, and then as long as the animation is the same, we can say if sheet equals animation state dot sheet s animation, then that's the same thing. So now we get rid of this. Plug that in there, save that, go. In fact, it might be better right now just to test this with the intro scene. So this one here instead. So just take this, grab this, grab this, grab this, grab this, copy that, take that out of there anyway, it's not supposed to be there. Copy this whole thing, go to the intro sequence and just drop it in there and pop it just anywhere. Go into the global schedule. Added. There we go. Boom. We did it. Teleport complete. First success. So that was essentially using my new system to queue up an event post cutscene from within the cutscene. The cutscene says, hey, global system, we're going to do a teleport next. So tell the teleporter that as soon as we're done it gets its turn to do its thing. And the teleporter says, hey, I'm a teleporter. I know where to go. I have this animation that Armin does. And when Armin's finished doing that animation, I teleport us to another scene. It just figured all that out, which is good. And it all worked pretty much seamlessly. Did we get a fade out? Pretty solid, straight to black, but there is a better way to do it, I'm pretty sure. But the doors... game system dot load scene. Do we not have... We have a time. When time is 0, there is a fade. There should be a fade. This is load scene path and then string 0. So if we go back to the teleporter and we say load scene, same. I mean, time is here. Time has a fade out over that time. We could say like 1 second. Could force it. I just don't know why we're not seeing the fade. Okay. So back to that anvil, our animation state that we set up, we'd kind of need for this to not end. I guess we could say loop or something like that. I don't really know what to do. We could say duration. Oh, it is like 5 seconds. And so it just stays in the thing while we're doing stuff. So like this ends, finishes. Cool. And then what I want is a way to like preserve the context so that it stays, so that when we transition to the next scene, we teleport out of the teleporter. So this is just a scene link. It doesn't know how to do anything. So we need to give it a... I guess we could also give it a teleporter. We just make them bidirectional. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Well, we're loading into the scene from... This is like a question of, do I want Armin to be the one who owns this teleport thing? Because if it is, I can have him teleport out to anywhere. But if it's not, then I have to have him teleport to a specific object. And then that object is the one that gets to instantiate him in the scene correctly, which seems more constrained, but maybe makes sense. So literally just do that. And then this needs to on start. No, it's more of a design question. It's like, do I want to force myself as the designer to always have every teleport moment happen with a teleporter on either side of it? Or can you go through a teleporter and end up anywhere? I've already decided that I want it to be that it's bi-directional. Like there's like a teleporter and then there's a receiver or like a destination. And those handle the in and out transitions. I think I'm prepared to commit to that. Because alternatively, for him to own the teleportation moment, I could arbitrarily just teleport him anywhere around the game. But I'm not trying to give him that power right now. And I can always change it later. I think it's better to have the constraint. If we are loading into the game from the back of a teleportation event, NQ us onto the global schedule. So it's not this, it's really, we need a, like, teleporting in. Yeah, that's right. The whole point is that there are only two places that you can go between, which means you can't just use it whenever you want. I'm not considering giving the player the option to just open up a map and press teleport and go there. I don't think I want that. So, yeah. So we have a spawn door, which is a link data. And spawn door equals, this is something that we do right as we are opening a door. So this when we exit, we're doing that. And this link is I think it's the connected link. Or maybe it's just link.data. You just leave it like that. So now all the way back here, it's this question. I don't know if this is gonna work. No. Okay. So this is, I think, nothing. This is something, but these are different datas. Let's try that. Yay. Whoops. No. It's just going to go back and forth. Hey, Arya. Yay, we did it. All right. So hang on. Was that still stuck on the global schedule? So this finishes up. Empty, good. Finishing up. Empty, good. That should now, we should now have freedom, but we don't. What? No, it's happening properly now, Axel. Link data is just the other. This is the link. The link data is this in the scene. It's just like the thing that lets you know where you've come from and where you're going. Dude, the Game Maker IDE. Yeah, that's right, Arya. It is something, isn't it? Oh, we're not doing this. I think it's this. I think this self-control.add effector is not good. But why is begin getting called? This is getting called on enter, but why is enter getting called? I don't think we are doing this. I have a feeling this has nothing to do with it. Let's take it away. Hey, Bottled 4, welcome. So I should be able to walk away here if, well, I can do that. But that seems to have been a thing. So hang on. I'm not understanding something about the conditions that call this. This is being called by this. This is being called by the teleport state. Begin. Begin from state. So we're never telling it to end. Is the teleporter in this scene that gets unloaded? Yes, but these are two different teleporters we're talking about. There's no problem, don't worry. It's just me. No fear. Yay. Did it. We're making progress. Slowly, slowly. This class is such a mess. Not this one. Well, yeah, this one. Thanks, Bottled. Have you seen much of the game? Do you want to see more of it? Let me take you to like a story scene. Oops. There's a bit of a... I opened up the map then. I've got the map on... the debug for the map on J at the moment. Long time. A really long time. Many years. So yeah, it's coming along. Probably the same project, at least a year or two. Anyway. Cool. Where are we? UI focus. I don't think I need that anymore. Let's push a commit. Not before. Actually, we need to do one more thing. This little cutscene that we created, that we threw this into, needs to go away. But this one needs to have it there. Yeah, it's about to. I might make this a diamond pattern instead of a circular one. Yay. Oh, Crota. That's so weird. Welcome. Okay, so that worked quite well, all things considered. Everything was functional. I don't know what happened here. It was sort of like a long time until it stopped. What's this happening for? Why does this go all the way to there? Oh, because of the friggin' this goes to there. Like, there's just an annotation track that makes it take so long. All right, and then cutscene sequence, discover entry. This one here just needs to... this probably could end without the timeline. Cool. Yay. So that's going to look really cool when it's done. Cool. Do you know how to properly set up post-processing Unity 6 2D URP? Are you using It's pretty straight. I mean, I'm not using Unity 6. But it's just here. So like if you have a URP render pipeline, you got to find the pipeline asset, and then the post-processing, I mean, when you say set up, it needs to be like whatever you want to do can be here, and then like your camera will have an option to use post-processing with that little checkbox right there. And then you can do whatever you want, set up your volumes and do all that stuff. But that's 2022. No installs and add volume on the go. I don't know what you mean by that. If you can see, if you've got the URP and like enabled, if your render pipeline asset in graphics here, if this is a universal render pipeline asset, then it'll support post-processing on your camera. And the volumes are on the camera. Or in the level. I guess it depends on what you're trying to do. But you can do like, if I click post-processing, you should be able to do things like set up your, you know, whatever, chromatic aberration or whatever. Depth of field blur, all that stuff. I don't know. I don't keep like a great working memory of how to set it up because I barely use it. Is a script driving the timeline stop starting? Yes. It's not an option. It's a custom script. I have a very mature setup for how I do that. So what you're asking is this here, how this is pausing. Oh gosh, that's pretty slow. Hang on. Let's just zip out of here. Hang on. Hello? What the heck was that? Okay, you're asking this pause right there. Yeah, that is like one of the things that I feel like everybody wants out of timeline, is the ability to pause it and play it with some like logical thing. And you can pause it and play it, but the problem is that the native timeline doesn't know how to pause properly. It just knows how to be given the instruction to pause, and then on its own time, it will decide to pause when it wants to. So if you have something specific that needs to happen specifically after something else, let's say you have dialogue that ends and then you want some event to trigger. If you're waiting for the player to press OK before running that timeline timecode for the event to trigger, in the normal timeline, if you just tell it to pause, it won't know how to do that. There is some number of hardware dependent frames randomly based on the fixed update that it will assign before catching up. So you could run 1, 3, 7, 8 frames beyond where you told it to pause, and it will read those frames before pausing. So sometimes, you might have a pause and then a play or like something else here, and you might just go straight through it and keep going. There's one trick that you can use to fix that, and it's to, when you start a clip that's going to pause the timeline, you set the entire timeline duration to be this part in the timeline, so that the timeline thinks that its job is to stop here forever. Then it will never look past that point. Then you have some event callback so that like when this thing pauses the timeline, your dialogue system or whatever somewhere else, right, is going to wait for the player to press a button. And then the dialogue system says, hey, I'm finished. I read the player input. And then your whatever script that's handling this is going to tell this to continue. That's the only way to do it. Most efficient way to improve in pixel art is to do specific pixel art tasks while observing other pixel artwork. So reference stuff that you like, that's in the same sort of style that you're going for, and try to analyze what they're doing. I almost think that the what is that should happen before, like in this scene. Yeah, there's so much work that's gone into getting this to be where it is today. It's crazy. Crazy amount of work. Probably saved me 6 months if I never worked on it. If I wasn't interested in the stuff that it can do, I could easily just chop off 6 months into the development time, maybe more. So what's next? We're actually moving on. Done. 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 Oh yeah. All right. So this is what I'm missing. And it's this thing here. So I have like an overlay that I want to use to unlock a new ability. And I think that, I guess in my mind, there's like a cutscene that's going to play or something. I don't know what's going to happen. He needs to basically see something that tells him what the power is that he just unlocked and what the button press is. And I have that, but that's currently being used for when you actually like unlock it. I can still put it here. It's just like, what's the context where I give it to you? Is it when you teleport it out, I go to like an in-between scene that's like the unlock screen? Or do I just on land give you the thing? Is there something that you interact with? In Zelda, you go down from the elevator in the shrine and then you put the Sheikah slate inside of the thing. I don't want to introduce a new asset into the game whose job it is to unlock something. Like I don't want like a door that you plug, you know, put the sword into as a key and unlock it. That would be cool, but I don't want to do that. I could just put it in here. I could just literally on land, just queue it up. So I guess I would do this ability unlock modal. I would queue it up. So I would have a public class ability unlock state schedule state. And then it would be Yeah. And then does the unlock modal have an event? No worries. Complete, maybe? Exit? Close. That's pretty much it, really. So, now the question is, what's going to make us have this ability? I guess I would just have a trigger area that just gives you the ability when you step into it. Maybe I would have a cutscene. Like this here. I think what I would want to do is maybe start up here and go and then teleport Armin in. Or we teleport him in, give him the ability, and then go up here and say, come and join me. Or we give you the ability and then we trigger a sequence where it goes something like that, I guess. And I would have a little quest called like whatever trial. A rise trial. Something like that. It might not even be worth having a quest. Okay. So like if I do this, is there a flag? No. Oh, it's tough. So many things that I'm tweaking and changing and require things, new ways to think about it to change. Like, I want to give you the ability here. What's that look like? I just give it to you? Pixel art's much easier than making games. What's the plot? It's huge. It's like a book that I've written. Like, you are the son of a blacksmith. Your father disappeared a year ago. He never came back, and so it's your responsibility to take up his trade as a blacksmith. But it was in your culture, like in this place, in this world, it's expected that every generation leaves behind a book, essentially, like a journal, to teach their children to store the knowledge of how to do their trade. So Armin is tasked with going up to this library in a mountainside to find the research that his father left for him. Along the way, he stumbles into this strange old man who is carrying a sword that only his father could have forged, though he doesn't know it. And he learns when he gets to the library that this sword is like destructively powerful. It's like an ancient relic that nobody should know how to make except his father, and nobody should be crafting, even his father. But now that he's the blacksmith, it's his responsibility to learn how to craft these weapons and to track down the person who made it or who forced his father to make it. So while doing that, his town is attacked by a band of these kind of like wolf men called the Hunden, who appear to be led by an emperor who has kind of arisen among the Hunden clans, and he calls himself the Emperor. So this Emperor looks to be plotting to essentially take over the human kingdom, and the story quickly becomes a race to discover where this sword came from, stopping the Emperor from getting his hands on the weapon or crafting one of his own, tracking down what happened to Armin's father, and traversing the world, discovering the secrets of blacksmithing from other blacksmiths in different regions, all while an invasion is taking place. That's the basic plot. There's 5 regions. The 5th one's not really... Well, the 4th one's not really there, but the 5th one sort of covers the whole game. So you go through 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you come back, and then the final area is like up here somewhere. And the magic system in this game is basically... is the Emperor... he is a wolf. I don't know if it's from one of my YouTube videos. It's been a long time since I've drawn I don't know if I've drawn the wolf on my YouTube videos, but if you've seen one, it might have been him. They call him Emperor Rex, but it's spelled Rechs. So if you're German, it would be like Rex. Something like that. Yeah, he's got a cloak. Let me see. This is Rex. But there's a lot of wolves with cloaks. This is like a generic soldier guy. This is like a lieutenant. There's a few different ones. This is just, yeah, this is just like a soldier. Cool. So I think I'll just play the sequence when you land, which means I just need a like onload. Yeah. The canvas size one. That's right. Yeah. I know the one that you're mentioning. So this thing here, Crucible Forges, it really only needs one. And it doesn't need, this controller doesn't need to be there anymore. So I'm just going to place here the Climb Forge, because that's what this ability is, climb. So if I just take this and decoration and lights and move them out here, I can delete this, I think. Although there's a parallax by depth thing there. So maybe I'll just take, let's call this Crucible Forge. Delete this, not this and this. Delete these two. And then remove this. And then that's all fine. Press play. Yes, go up to this thing. I can't interact with it, but I will need to be able to. Can I do that? Oh, there's no anvil. Okay, well, that's all broken. Hang on a second. How did this do that? Why did this end up there? I've never seen that before. I guess because I didn't kill it. Wow, I've never seen that. Okay, so maybe for now I can just set it up here so that on start I just give you the ability. I just do it straight away, I guess. What is this? Where are we here? What sequence are we trying to play? Hey, Apelli. So there's a cutscene that's trying to respond to the fact that we just unlocked the ability. And I guess it's probably one of these sequences. And these are all wrong now. This Discover Crucible sequence doesn't need to be there. Second Ensign direction doesn't need to be there. Third Ensign, final unlock sequence. All of this has got to go, basically. It feels bad, but it just doesn't need to be here. Neither does the old man. Neither does Oranstead Crucible. And enters. Like, that doesn't need to be here. Nope. We'll keep final unlock, maybe. But everything else can just go. Where are you, buddy? Where'd he go? Okay. Try that again. So let's actually start from back there and we'll see if the scheduling system holds up. I bet it will. I'm actually pretty proud of my scheduling system. We've got some forges in here. Get out of here. No. How'd I screw that up? I actually don't know. Let's flip that back so that it's not having to be continually re-procced. Let's just go and enters, paste it in here, drag it all the way back to the start of this. So then it'll just happen. We'll teleport out earlier. So a lot of different errors here, but this is the one I think is the problem. Object reference not set to instance of object, and this instance is null. This I think needs to be on awake, not on start, because now we've got other things that are trying to do other things on start. So if we've deleted the modal, it's important that before the other things are trying to address it, it's instantiated correctly on the next scene. Nice. We got it. It worked. Except we didn't get to like load in correctly. One way to fix that would be to take the forge and move this. Oh, this is just setting a quest flag. So we could go to the teleporter. And we could kind of just like maybe be a bit sneaky here. And I trust the system to do that correctly. So the goal here would be you would take our little teleport pad at the bottom. This guy right down here, and you have your objects, you have your crucible forge. So this teleport platform gets climb forge passed into it, so that I save it. Hopefully this runs on its own, but we're not teleporting in, so it doesn't unlock. So let's see if we're teleporting in this time. Nice. But no moment. I think it might be this plus equals respond to new quest flag. Set up quest flag events. What the hell's that? For each quest flag deferrer in deferrers. Why do I need that? We could just do start unlock sequence. Nice. Well, that's it. We did it. Now I just need a way to get in. Oh, I really hate myself for putting myself on this path. Like, I really wish that I didn't. I wish I wasn't in this position. It's painful. It's like weeks of work undoing and redoing other work. Nah, it's not an issue. The null ref's for something else. It's actually for like something very visual. It's just a shader material getting assigned when you're not allowed to assign it at that point in the render process. It's like you're not allowed to access render material on prefab object. Use shared material instead. Because it's like an editor time check that's being done at runtime or something. And then this object not sets crucible forge dot set VFX properties. I don't even know what that does. This material is, I guess, the materials null. I'm trying to do something here. I'm trying to do what it wants me to do. Not allowed to access renderer.material, which is this one. So do I just say shared material? I never know. I don't really know the answer. Yeah. You tell him, Copilot. Still no good. Yeah, there are Metroidvania elements. That's kind of that's the reason why I said I hate the position I'm in, because I sort of accepted that the game would be better if I added Metroidvania elements or like leaned into them a bit more. Add a map, add a bit more backtracking, because I have the space and you can't do all of the things at once in the space. I just didn't give you a reason to ever come back. So it's like, well, half the level design is made as if it was a Metroidvania, but the game doesn't push you around the map like a Metroidvania does. So that's why I'm adding this stuff. I actually am getting super burnt out right now though. I'm almost at my wit's end doing this kind of solving of like, you press the mechanism and then the thing unlocks that modal, and then like the trying to schedule and queue up VFX, UX, cutscene stuff to explain game systems is just so painful. I hate it. I hate it. And I build tools to make it easier, and I still hate doing it. Like the lore, mechanics, crossing with the game mechanics, creating tutorials to teach you how to do stuff, and having that make sense and flow and be modular is just so torturous. I don't know why. It just is like that. Because everything has to be explained 4 different ways, or like not explained, but it has to make sense 4 different ways. It has to make sense for the player character to want to do it. It has to make sense for the player to want to do it. It has to make sense logically in the world in terms of the math, the like magic rule system. And it has to also be fun. It's like there's all these different things. It also has to be in the right order. Like you have to be ready to unlock this ability. It's just It's shitty. It sucks. And it takes hours. It takes so long to set up this stuff and have it be fun and good and make sense. And no one's going to know. When the game comes out, no one's going to bat an eyelid at this section. Hello. So anyway. And the gratification you get for doing it right is like so low because you have to do it, which is like a whole bunch of logic of picking and unpicking the logic. But in order to get it in there, you have to make it ugly first. Oh, that's not very nice, full stack. I did say hi, didn't I? Did I not say hello? Thank you for the follow. You and the other 49,133 people who followed. If I haven't said thank you to you, take this as a thank you. No need to make me feel bad. I'm just trying to run a stream here. I'm sorry. Okay, so... well, I mean, I don't know if I'm setting it on the prefab or not the prefab. So I'll review it another time. So now it does need a forge here. And I've totally ruined this. Oh no. I need to teleport back to here. Which means I'm gonna need, because it's like a loop. I need 2 different scene links. Hey, Hashmet Kindaki, thank you so much for the sub. So this anvil, oh, it's got a nice little, really? Where's the anvil? What? Huh? That looks like, really? What is this? This card changes. Where is the anvil? I mean, there's a lot of stuff here that's anvil-esque, but there's no anvil. There's forging related stuff. What about over here? What is this? You're an anvil. Little forge menu. And I go here. Oh. So, what about this? The physical anvil. Is it just part of the sprite renderer? Yeah. Haha. Well, I've just created a teleporter on this, so I might as well give it a sprite for the anvil. Oh, there is one. Okay, well then it is an anvil. But this needs to be on. What I don't get is why this entire thing wants to be here. What? Canvas group set to alpha as 0. That's the way to do it, I think. If I bring this back, yeah, okay. So now, if I go over here, we're all good. Okay. Gee, that's annoying. Hey, Marius. Welcome. Hey, Swizz. What PKG is on this hierarchy? Oh, it's not a package, it's custom. This is just an empty game object. It's just a script that's looping over this and adding, it's just manicuring like different things. It's separating game objects based on type, and then it's adding spacer objects between them, and then it's adding an icon on this one here at the bottom so that it renders up into the empty space. It's a lot of, everything that I'm working with is pretty much all custom. Okay, So, this forge is actually not supposed to be a forge. I just remembered. It's supposed to have an interest, and the interest has a sprite, and that's the thing there. But the forge doesn't need an actual anvil here. It's a different kind of thing that looks like one. So when we're here, we still want to see it. So why can't we see it? I've done so many reworks over this stuff that it's like actually insane how many levels of like work there have been to get to this point. It really, really hurts me to be doing this. Like, I've been working on this kind of thing since like end of 2023. It's like an ongoing thing that I have to deal with. So, why is my interest disappearing? That's my question. Not there. Turning itself off. Why are you turning it off? Nothing. Detector is interest. No. See, like this, there's a bunch of code here that like I don't have to do that anymore. It's like features that don't really need to exist anymore, that needed to exist before. But don't need to exist now because of very specific things about how things used to work or need to work. It's like you change one little logical thing in the game. Like, oh, what if this did this instead? And now it's like, okay, but the whole way this was built was for that. So if you wanted to do this, you have to change that to do this. And changing something is harder than building something. If it's supposed to do something different, you know, because we're not talking about features at this point. We're talking about like very specific logical functions of how something works. Like, it's not that I engineered it wrong. It's that like the brief changed, you know, like, sure, it was fine the way that I built it, but now it needs to do something that I didn't know I needed to do before. So all of the ways that it does what it does are wrong because it, you know, it built steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but actually 3 needs to go away. And now there's like beta instead of 3. Yeah. Like I've been iterating on concepts for like what crucibles are, how they work, what you get when you interact with one. If you need to interact with other things before you interact with the crucible. Do they need 3 charges or just 1? Do you stand at one and then you go and do the challenge, or do you arrive at one after doing the challenge? It's like, those are fundamentally different things. It goes from being like a door to like a place where you craft, to being like an unlock point, to being a starting point to a level. It's like all of these different identities. They're totally different things that it can do, or that it could be, which is just literally just down to me being picky about how I want the player to learn abilities in the game. It's just that. It's just little things like that. Is it worth it? Well, it changes the way that the game works. It changes the whole way that you think about learning abilities. Like, and it didn't test well last time, so it needs to change. Pretty annoying. Pixel Edge, welcome. This is better. Like, there are really positive things about the way that I've changed it that will help for the other 13 that I have to do. But it's not, it doesn't feel good to be constantly reiterating things. I think one thing that I would love to have changed is, no, even that's not that great of an idea. I don't know. Yeah, that's what happens, Joff. And then after that, 6 months later, I need to change it. And I've already merged it, and it's not a branch. Like this stuff, I mean, it is on a branch. But like some of the stuff that the cascades, when you're making an action adventure game, it's like, it's not that I'm just changing how this works. It's that this changes the whole game's level layout. Like the whole of chapter 1, this became 1, 2, 3 different rooms, and you access them at different times. Like it's a different concept for how the level teaches you abilities, how the game teaches you abilities, and when those abilities show up in the story. So it's not as easy as being like, oh, I'll just fork this off and muck around with it and come back. It's like, it's all entangled by design. It's like, it's supposed to be that way, which is yucky, but it's what it is, what it is. All right, enough complaining. So lots of questions. And the Crucible, when the new Crucible ability. Copy this. How does this happen? I have an ETA. I don't know if I'll make it. But the good news is that like I'm not the bottleneck anymore for this kind of stuff because I'm working with the team again. So I'll be able to like chip away at this while the team's implementing stuff for chapter 2. And I've solved it. Like I know what I want to happen. It's just like painstaking to make it do what I want it to do easily. Anyway. Yep. Yep. I was going to take a break, but actually I think I need to just end the stream. It's already that time again. I've had a really bad headache today, pals. I've been pretty anxious about some stuff. I think it's just my brain not being very good. It's not even that I should be anxious. It's just I am. I like created a scenario in my head that a certain thing needed to be done by a certain date, and then like 3 other things jumped in front, and I got scared, and I'm putting all this pressure on myself to get things done by a certain day because I feel like I'm behind, and pushing harder makes it harder to push. So I'm just tired. Yeah. I hate, you know what it is that hurts about all this stuff? It's how much like mental decision making I have to do over stuff that I don't know how long it's going to take. That is such an insanely draining process. My battery flattens like immediately when I try to like, it's like estimate the time that it will take to unpick all of this stuff and then also estimate what you have to build in order to make this work and how much time that's going to take. And oh man, it sucks. And my brain, it's just not good at being flexible about if something's going to take me longer than I want, or if the right way to do something is not the way that my brain wants to do it, the amount of like additional effort I have to put in to force myself to do it the way that I am supposed to do it is, it's so hard. I can't really take a break, dude. There's too many opportunities coming up that I can't pass up. There's too many people waiting on me to be done with this. Maybe a break, maybe like a day. Maybe I could take a day. And like the archaeology job, they sprung on me this week that they're going to do playtesting with like 100 students. And we hadn't even scoped for playtesting. And it's like, it's next Wednesday. It's like, oh man. Like, we're not there yet. And they're like, oh, chill out. Like, it's no big deal. Like, we're not expecting much. But it's like, I can't chill out, you know? Like, why would you do playtesting if you don't have a game that's gonna, and it's not my client's problem. It's the client's client. And it's not even that it's a problem. It's that I make it a problem because I'm a certain way. Like if I'm going to have something that I'm making be playtested, like I want for the data to be good, not the results to be positive, but for the data to be valuable. And the data won't be valuable if there are certain things that just aren't ready for players to interact with yet. Like it won't make sense. And it'll just come back as like, oh, it's confusing. Yeah, right. But it's like, so I have so many channels of thing that I'm already sort of like committed to. It's just bad luck, really. It's nobody's fault. It's not my client's fault. It's not my client's fault. It's not my fault. It's not the fault of poor planning. It's just, you know, when you're working multiple different streams of work, sometimes those streams get a spike. And I just happened to have gotten so unlucky that all the spikes lined up. So now it's like a huge work spike. You know, like if the user testing thing was like 2 weeks from now, no problem. If if it wasn't 10 days from September, any one thing could change and I'd be fine. But it's that like I just happen to be in demand right now and I don't have a lot of supply of me. That's all. It's nobody's, you know, I can roll with changes, but I hate, it's when I'm trying to min-max my time and then a bunch of unknowns appear, like this stuff. I just want to be done with it. And I'm proud of how hard I worked today to get to where I got. But, oh man, I just want to get into a flow state so bad, you know? I just need to find flow. Give me like one task to just spend a week on and I'll make it so amazing. But if you give me like 50 tasks to spend a little bit of time on each and prioritize them, so I only really have to do 20 of them, but I still have to consider the other 30. Oh, you know? Swiss. Oh, I'm just not good at that kind of context switching under stress. I'm not good at it. Sorry, I'm venting, and I really don't mean for anybody who's involved with working with me. Please don't take this as like I'm not complaining about any of that stuff. It's just, I'm just going through it a bit. But I am still doing good work. And I am proud of that work. And I'm going to get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow is Wednesday. I think I will just use the build that I had. So I'm exhibiting Insignia tomorrow. I think I'll just use the build that I had for alt games in April. So I won't really be having to do any of this stuff. I would have loved to have playtested this stuff. I don't think I can afford to do it. It's not even close to ready. And the event is it's like industry event. So it's not even like casual. It's quite formal. So I need to be careful about that too. What happens to me is that like I'm not very good at dismissing things from my mind. If there's like all of this stuff we're talking about, it's like, yeah, that is important stuff. Yeah, it is a concern, but like just make a plan and just like put blinders on for the rest of it. For me, putting blinders on for stuff that's low priority, it doesn't really work. There's like a leak in my brain where stuff, just knowing that there is stuff that I'm not addressing creates this pressure. It just adds, even though I know it's okay, like this work, this isn't due tomorrow. There's no way anyone's playing this tomorrow. So why am I forcing myself through it? I don't know. I just get stuck into a mode and I don't want to think about it, you know? I don't know. It's really hard. It's just, I find it so hard to be chill when there's a lot on. I think it's a confidence thing. Maybe my confidence is just really low. And the low confidence, I think, comes from a thing that's like, I'm trying to use my intellect. You know, I'm trying to be smart. I'm trying to solve problems. And there are some problems that like, you just can't solve them that way. You just can't like barrel through really complex stuff. But I treat myself like I can. I expect myself to be able to manage unmanageable things. I mean, the right thing to do, what I tend to do, which I shouldn't, sometimes when I'm under pressure, the first thing that goes out the window is management skills. It's like, I don't have time to think about what I need to do. I just need to do it. That's a bad impulse. I think instead, yeah, I mean, you need to, I think I need to be more, what's the word? Patient with organization, because, and then trust that it's going to be okay. I do think it's a confidence issue. Like, I don't trust that I'm going to be okay if I let go of these things. Like, on an emotional fear level, I don't trust that it's going to be okay. Because I feel like it's not. Yeah. I just am worried that if I stop working, that it'll pile up. Guys, you don't know how many, I haven't even told you about 2 other projects that I have to do. It's bad. It's bad. And it's not again, some of this stuff I just walked into last week. And then little things, in my personal life, someone will say something, they'll make a comment at me about that I need to be doing more of this or less of that. And then I just it hurts so bad. It's I'm trying. Well, sometimes I've already said yes and the thing is getting bigger, or it's too hard to say no because the thing is such a good opportunity. What do you do? I know, but it's someone that I really, really I can't. It's so hard. You don't know. Ah, man. I know people have it worse than me, but I hate being in this situation. All right. So logical wrinkles. I would love for this teleporter to be one way. Yeah, well, that's the thing. All right. I really, 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 really want this to be one way, but I can't do it unless I have a alternate route point or something like that. So that when I load in, I move the player. Okay. Wait, am I not managing this properly? If I put him here and save it. Yeah. So actually right now it's not, the teleporter's not doing anything like that. I think what I want to do is have this object not be the teleporter, only have it be between two anvils. And I think what I want is for the anvil that you teleport to be able to offset you basically somewhere else, just to make it easier. So you load in here, but the teleport location that you load into is just like, it's just here, even though this is the teleporter, the anvil that handles you arriving here. Something like that. And right now I'm handling from spawn door in this pretty ugly way. Link data spawn door spawn link data. Let's just call it that. Okay, well, now it makes sense. So this is not right. Scene link is a mono behavior, so why don't we just do that? And then do that. Oh, because you've got directions on the doors. We can check if there's a game object of type door on the scene link. So this can go, and then rename this link. And then this direction is the only thing that's wrong. So then it's why not? I need to do this. What? Get out of here. Okay. So we've flipped it. So instead of looking for doors and then looking for scene links on them, we look for scene links and then we look for doors on them, which means that we can capture all the scene links now. We don't have any doors in this scene. Let's go over to some other scene. That worked. Great. Okay, because the doors have the links on them. Perfect. So now we need to handle I think if we go back over to the teleport little moment, I think it will still work, But this time it'll teleport us to somewhere else, I think. Specifically, it'll teleport us to, yeah, the actual scene link point. Because that's actually the thing that we're teleporting to. Because Armin's here in the scene. So he actually did successfully find this spot. But what I want to make sure is that we are linking to, yeah, to the anvil here. So this crucible, crucible teleport platform, crucible forge. This forge here is going to have a scene link. Nope, but it can't. It has to be on the game object because I'm a dummy. And then I need to personally catch the different kinds of things. Not a good way to do it. Scrutable? What I could do is have a kind of object called scene link destination or scene linkable or something like that, and then give it a bunch of properties that these things can set, and then I don't have to search for the specifics. That's probably the right way to do it. Alrighty. This is where I struggle with like doing forks, because it's like, well, this is a good thing to add no matter what. So what do I do? Make a new fork with that thing and then merge it into two separate branches? That would be, I guess, the right way to do it. Then I'd have to implement it both times, which is dumb. Gubda says, what's this scene manager plugin? Scene graph? This one? I built it. Well, I built it with Elzak. We're building it. You could also create a branch on the branch you want and just cherry pick the commit you need to the other one. But either way, I would still need to implement, like, in the scenes, like whatever work I need to do to take advantage of the feature, I need to do twice, I guess. I don't know. I'm not in a good headspace to think about this, but I probably should know a better workflow. The handle door function, you're asking me what? It's okay. So when you exit through a door, right, and you end up on the other side, the player's position needs to be resolved to this point. So the game checks to see if there is a static object called spawn door, and then tries to find the corresponding thing in the scene that has these little diamonds on it. So in this case, if I exit out of here, there's going to be an object in the scene that has this door as its connected thing. So what I'm doing when I'm in here and I go spawn link, this is going, hey, what's in this scene? Do I have any scene links with which I can arrive from? Do these have doors on them? Or, well, these are called links now. Do these links have a match for the one that I'm coming from? And then place the player position on the link that we're coming to. Make them face the right direction. If it's a door and the door is facing east, make the player character face the left direction, and then move the camera to be exactly where that is, and then let the scene continue. So it's really just instantiating where the player should be on scene load, given that you've come through some door. So all I need to do really, it's not difficult. I mean, that's fine. It's just that I haven't got an abstract class which can handle more specific parameters that these things can then override. So door, teleporter. I only had doors up until like a month ago. Now I've got more things that you can use to get between levels. So it's really just about abstracting it and then having these things like these overrides, you know, letting them do their job. So basically replacing this function with some stuff that is better. No big deal. It could use an interface. Yep. I would prefer composition over interface, but interface might be faster. I mean like a separate class, a separate thing. Interfaces means like, if I do it with an interface, it means my door script gets really, really big as it accumulates. I mean components, yeah. Like specifically creating a component. Like this, I'm going to have another like scene link handler or something like that. And now it needs to satisfy all of these interfaces. I'm not sure I can do this actually. I think that's all I need to do. Hey, Rebel Reason Rhyme, welcome. Hi, Doctor. Hi, Doctor. No, Mister, not Doctor. I got that's too high of a title for you. Hi, Mister. Mr. Doctor. Hey. Oh, yes. I'm sure it is. Thick milk. I believe it. And now you can have this interface. Yeah, I know. Okay, so this needs a teleporter. I need both now. Damn it. So now this doesn't need to be here at all. Does that just work? I don't think we need to make sure that the map system works. This will now be broken because it doesn't connect anywhere. Why are you like this? Oh, because of you. Oh, Yakult. It's famous in a lot of places. We have Yakult. It's like a health drink, and it's this big, and it's got a little red cap. I haven't seen it for a long time though. Okay, well, how do I force you? Go. Fix. Oh, thanks, Captain Gromit. Bro, I don't know where this is. I don't know why it's doing this. What do I gotta do? Anyway. Okay, so a couple things we need to fix. That's weird because this is correct now, but the diamond is still in the wrong spot. So now that we're at the engine point, we need to say, can we find things that it's partly self-made? It's custom. You can't get it off a store or anything like that. Can we do scene link handler? Can we do that? Yeah, you can't use an interface to do this. Because an interface can't inherit from... Can you do this? No. So you can't search for things. It would be something like this. There'd be a really expensive way to do it, but I don't want to do that. So instead, let's back up. Let's find all the scene links. And then for each scene link, you would just say link handler SLH equals this is the easy way. Or another way you could do it is ugly, but it's far, it's fewer things, fewer lines. Okay, so now SLH is what we want to use. So like instead of this, we say SLH dot get position plus that. And then you would say SLH dot get facing position, facing direction, and then you would get rid of this. And then you would say that. Hello. Hey, how you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Are you? What? I'll walk over and buy something.
Oh, you just finished now?
I went to the doctor and had to finish something.
Okay. I want to talk to you about that. I want to ask about it after. Not right now.
I'm going now.
Yeah, I'm saying after.
You're going to talk to me about what I should buy after I go to the
No,
shops?
I'm going to ask you about how the doctors went when you get back. One sec, pals. All right, chat. Well, this will certainly work. I'm not too worried about it. We should teleport now to the base of the level. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. Well, that was good. I should commit, like, I've got so much stuff. Oh, no. That was bad. Alrighty. Well. What's left, really? Kind of feel like I should do this. And then take this and hide that. We'll figure it out another time. Yeah, getting an ability that way is garbage. So it'd be great if I could do a little cutscene. That'd be sick. But I don't think I can do that. All right. Because the thing that I'm trying to show off doesn't exist anymore. I literally took it away. Couldn't you invert the lookup? Why are we solutioning? We're already done. We're finished. It worked. Committed, pushed, done. Now we're talking about other things. We're just on a different topic. So now it's about, so previously when you go into a level for the first time like this, there'd be a state, there'd be a significant sort of moment where you attack an enemy and the enemy's like spirit would follow you around, and then you would bring that spirit to the crucible, and that would sort of signal, that's when you like unlock the ability. Now, currently, I'm just giving you the ability, which means you never get to really understand the relationship between the enemies and the abilities, or what you're even getting when you unlock the ability. Now, it's certainly more straightforward this way, but there's just like a key missing ingredient in the communication to the player about like what the rules are. And I'm not doing a like show, don't tell. I'm not doing anything. I'm just giving you the ability, which is not good enough. So somehow I need to do some kind of like a... I mean, I could just... There's like a rule here that I need to be careful of. Or like a logic thing. Do I make it... So in the past, I've had these like pedestals that you light up. Do I force you to light up the pedestals? To unlock the ability? No, I don't think so. There's just like a key wrinkle of like, you can't, you unlock the right to use the ability at some point, and that, yeah, it's not even worth explaining to you. It's too complicated. It's not complicated in logically, it's just complicated verbally. So what do we do? Let's think about it. Well, what's going to happen in the previous scene is that an ensign is going to sort of descend into this space. There's also something that lore-wise doesn't make a lot of sense, because you're trying to like bring the scattered pieces back to this thing. So the question here is, what are you bringing back to this to activate it? I guess it could be about I mean, like when you load in, I could have it sort of like descend out of the sky. I could have it run away from you. I could have it leap into an enemy. And these are the worst kind too. Man, why did I start with this? The snake one's better. But even the snake's not great. Dude, I think I gotta stop the stream. I think I'm getting a little bit negative. I can hear it in my own voice. It's not good. I need a rest. Sorry, pals. I think that's it. I didn't take a break. I streamed straight through the 5 hours, and I don't think it was that beneficial to do that. I think it was a bit of a mistake. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so tired, but I've been tired all day, and I got at least 7 hours sleep. I've been tired all day. Anyway, that's what happens. Thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your day. If you like what I'm doing, Wishlist Insignia. I didn't drink coffee. I haven't been doing coffee. That's the thing. And yeah, that's it. That's the stream. As always, I have been Adam. You have been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.